It's time! I don't even know if there's anyone here, but oh well. If there is, hello. Thank you so much for hanging out. Good morning and happy Tuesday. Let's get started, shall we? We're gonna call this one Lorehold Charm, because that's what we're working on now. Streaming models folder. Perfect. We're gonna set project to that folder. Lorehold Charm. We have a Lorehold Charm reference image. Snack Scene, hello, good morning. How are you today? Alright, let's go ahead and dump this reference image into our source images folder. Alright, so that's in there. Now let's see what dimensions it is. Let's make this in this scene in meters. Let's see, if you want to change the scene in Maya in meters, or to any sort of like sizing dimensions or whatever metric you want to use, you can go to Windows, Settings, Preferences, Settings, and then right here, Working Units. That changes the types of units each of these are. So I will do a meter. The viewport auto adjusts, and now you see each one of these squares is like 1 by 1 meter. Where's your poll? That was a great question, Maxine. I did not think of a poll. I mean, we're kind of still magic school. What's cool about magic schools? Okay. If you were in the story of a magical school, which role would you want to play? Rival? Best friend? Protagonist? Villain? Alright, there you go, Maxine. There's your poll. Too bad you can't do polls on Twitch. Oh, you do, Maxine, huh? Is this slowly like turning you on to Cuphead? Oh yeah. Let's make the plane. This is gonna be Lorehold Charm reference. We'll go here, we'll add a layer to give us some finer manipulation for it. Lorehold Charm reference. We're gonna take our Lorehold, actually first we're gonna apply a new material, just a Lambert. Lorehold Charm reference texture. It's good to make sure you name things along the way so you can more easily keep track of them in the future. Oh, okay, that's fine, Rexy. I understand. Also, how are the music level? Like, how are the sound levels? Like the music to my voice. So, what we're gonna do is in the color node, I guess, we're gonna click on this checkerboard right here. That's gonna open up all these different things that you can put in place of the color. So what we want is our file. Alright, you have all these different settings, but the main one we really care about right here is this folder, which lets you look for whatever is in your source images folder, as long as you've set your project to the specific directory it needs to be. So we can click our Lorehold Charm reference. Ooh, wait, hold up. Hold on. We may have just gotten a new follower on Twitch, but I guess this would update if we did. I don't know, it's like I got an email about it, but no notice. No notification. Okay. Okay, the levels are perfect. Great, thank you, Maxine. And you would be a villain because you're Joker Brain? Oh, ain't that the truth. Alright, we're gonna take our Lorehold Charm. Alright, we're gonna turn textures on, so if you can see all these icons right here, they let you cycle through different views in the viewport right here. So if you do here, you just see the outline. If you do here, what's this one? Smooth. If you do here, well, actually, what's this one? Use default material. So like this just has a Lambert, so you only see the Lambert, not like the extra textures that you have on it. If you do here, wireframe unshaded, okay, so you just see like the material and the wireframe, and then if you do here, you see the texture that you applied. But you have to turn some of these others off. Like probably this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. There you go. And then if you here, you use all the lights in your scene. We don't have any lights, so it's going to make it dark. And then once you have stuff in your scene, you want to do this one, and it gives you like ambient occlusion, which can be nice. It's like, for example, let's say I make this cylinder. We'll move it to a more lit up area. There's like this subtle ambient occlusion, which you can use to see. It's a good way to see like extra shadows that you might have. Okay, but we can delete that for now. But alright, we have our Lorehold reference. Something that important to do is to make sure we resize the plane to whatever the size of the reference is. So like right here. The properties of this image are... This is the right one, right? No, wrong image. This one. 850 by 625. So what we can do here is go to the plane details. So the width is 850, so we can do like 8.5, and then height is 625, so we can do 6.25. Now we don't have to necessarily make our model that big. We could, but this is like 8 meters by 6 meters, and that's pretty big. But as long as the plane is the right overall dimensions, we can then just like scale up or down as we need to. And I mean, we could always make our model and then scale it as needed too. Okay, so we've got our reference going on. And I think from here, we can just start trying to do whatever we need to. So let's work on the overall shape of the shield first. How do we want to do this? Let me take a look at the reference. I think I'm going to try to get something that's just kind of the main shape of the shield, and then I'll worry about like breaking it apart later. So let's see. We're going to switch to front view. Actually, we're going to make this a bit smaller. With our reference picture selected, what we're going to do is click in our layers area right here. We're going to click on this rightmost box until it says R. I don't really know what the R stands for, but it makes it so where you can't select whatever is that layer. Which is good, because if you have a model in front, that means you can't select it. Like if I didn't have that R on, it would be easy to select this object, or to select the reference image. So there we go. And now I think let's just mess around with you know what? Let's just make a curve. Okay, let's imagine the shield goes down to like right here. I think we want something like that. Hey, Bobby. How's it going, man? Good morning and happy Tuesday. Let's see. Can I mirror this? I don't really know what I'm trying to do with this. I'm just kind of messing around with some things. Where's the mirror? Okay, then you know what? We'll do this. Oops. Oh, whoops. You combine. Oh, wait. Actually, you know what? I know what I wanted to do. Bobby, I am doing this in a super janky way, but I'm also just curious to know if it'll work. Where's the curves stuff? Modeling curves. Oh god. Okay, here we go. I think we want revolve. Yes. Almost. You know, I'll take it. Alright, we're gonna take this, edit. Convert NURBS to polygons, quads. Let's do general. Let's just see what happens. Take that. Okay, well, we have the overall shield outline. What do I want to do from here? This look like? Yeah, you know, I'm okay with that. What's this do for me? Okay. I'm just trying to get the shield outline. I don't really mind how messy it is. I'll figure everything out later. Let's see. Hold on. Model half of the shield. Modeling the front faces of each part, mirror, then extrude could be easier. They will all be separate parts anyways. That's true. I think, to what you were saying, what I was trying to go for was just like getting the general outline or like the shape of the shield, and then kind of using that to base the different sections off of. Something like that. Right. This did not turn out as intended. That's fine. What's this look like up here? That's fine. I just need the outline. Let's do object symmetry on, sure. Here's over. Let's just be the same machine. Oops. Hold on, I messed up somewhere. I think I needed one of the edge loops that I deleted, but it's okay. We're just gonna insert an edge loop like right here or something. Make it first and they can look good later. I'll come back to this top portion. I'm not trying to care about quads right now, or tries or anything. I need the back. Alright, we'll go around to the back. Actually, no, let's just straight up delete the back. We don't need that for now. Oops. Okay. Something like that, maybe. Bring this down some more. Bring you down more, 'cause why not? This is really messy looking. Oh my god. Oh wait, I don't need this right now. You know what? There we go. Okay. Kind of want a little dip here. Sure, that's fine. Like that. Okay, I think for the shape of the shield, that seems fine. Yeah. All right. What do I want to do next? Shield shape reference. Actually not. Maybe what we'll do from here now is oh, I lost the cute little spike in the middle. Something like that seems good. Maybe bring this in a bit more. Try and get my little spike back. Oh, this is why. Okay. Just delete this. Sure. Fifty. Move this down a little bit, give it a bit more of a nice little curve, I guess. Okay. Overall shield shape seems good. So now what I think I'm going to do actually, hold on. I should resave this. Let's duplicate this. Modify, freeze transformations. We're gonna get rid of this one. Assign material, add selected objects. Okay. What if I do object X? Will I get the symmetry I'm looking for? No. Here's what we're gonna do. Whoa. I want this reference. Something like that's good enough. All right. Okay. All right. Now that we've got that, I think what we're going to do is let's delete some history first. Now we will use our multi-cut tool and we'll start cutting. Yes, we're going to start cutting and then cut with symmetry and trying to get the overall shape that we're looking for. Go ahead and edge. Select these. We're going to detach. Mesh. Detach. So now, just this should be a shield. Alright, so we're gonna go here, mesh, separate. Edit, delete by type history. Now we've got shield bottom piece. Shield piece bottom. Shield pieces. Alright, nice. From here, let's keep doing that. We'll just do multi-cut. And then we'll just cut the general shapes of the objects that we're trying to get. And then with symmetry, we can just get one on the other side too. Okay, we'll start right here. And then we can clean these up later. Edit mesh, detach, mesh, separate. Okay, so we've got shield piece, small bottom right, copy that name, change it to left, actually hold on, not for that one, that seems good. Delete history. just gonna keep doing the same. Up to like right here. Mesh, detach. Mesh, separate, delete some history, shield piece, middle left. Right. Okay, hide those. Let's do the corners. Okay, let's see. That's easy enough. All right, we're gonna multi-cut. We'll go right here, go right here, right here, right here, right here. Which one's detach? Is detach not on the shelf? Let's try to change that. What's this do? Let's do a new item. I see. Smooth, reduce. Let's do it after reduce. Add a new item. Detach. Where's this detach? Whoa. lot of things. Okay. Two different attachments. What's this one? Alright, surely detached's gotta be somewhere in here, right? I'm trying to see if I can make a new icon on the shelf just for detached, so I don't always have to keep going into the menu to do it. It's close. Oh, there we go. It's called Split Vertex. Why? What's coming back to do? I wonder how you find the command of something. Mesh tools, we're gonna go in here. Let's see, how to find the command of a tool in Mime. To find... Open the script editor. Click history. Echo all commands. Activate the tool in the viewport. Okay. Update command panel. Active global stream. Oh my god. This one. it says. Just these polygon options. So just hit just options. Polymerge options. Huh. Hi, Nina. Does that work? Detach. No way did that actually work. There's no way. Okay, hold on. We're gonna select this. Okay, that did not work. Huh. Okay. Worth a shot. I can figure that out next time. Shelf editor. Detach. Just delete this. Alright. Let's see. Where are we at next? We're doing this. Mesh. Detach. We're going to turn off symmetry for now. Edit mesh, detach this. Modify. Mesh separate. Shield, piece, corner right. Oops. Left. Combine, because I accidentally split some things that I didn't want to. Merge vertices. Okay. What up, Swalian? What's going on, dude? Austin! Hey, dude. How are you? Dude, thank you so much for the cheers, the 100 biddies. Thank you, man. That's awesome. Thank you so much. What are bits? You know, I watch like some Twitch streams every now and then, but I never really understood what bits were. I guess I could look it up. What are Twitch bits? Virtual in-stream currency used by viewers to cheer in chat. Oh, that's cool. Austin, thank you, dude. That's rad. Thanks, man. That's Magic Singles money right there. What am I working on? I am working on Lorehold Charm next. I think I want to try to capitalize on Strixhaven while I can. And since I chose Lorehold for my pre-release kit, I figured why not try to do what I can with that. Nina. 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 Oh my gosh, you're too cute. Nina. Dude, it is. I think so. Lorehold Charm. The three options are, so it's white, red, target player or like a player of your choice or target player sacrifices a non-token artifact or something like that. Second option is, gosh, I used the card multiple times. Yeah, I'll just look it up. Lorehold Charm. Here we go. Oh, each opponent. Each opponent sacrifices a non-token artifact of their choice. Return target artifact or creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample until end of turn. Nice efficient card. Alright, where were we at? We are making these little pieces. Let's do multi-cut. Dude, it is, man. I have come to really love... I mean, I've always kind of liked them, but even more so lately, I've come to love and prioritize, like, efficient and modal cards. Like, I love rooms. I love cards with spree. Escalate has been okay. Yeah, just the more options I have on a card, the better. Especially with charms. Like, the new Witherbloom charm is so sick. Like Witherbloom charm. 2 mana, choose one. You may sacrifice a permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards. You gain 5 life. Destroy target non-land permanent with mana value 2 or less. Like, this one seems awesome. Like, Witherbloom, Golgari has so many tokens just lying around. Just being able to cast this to draw 2 and sacrifice like a plant or pest or whatever else. So nice. Destroy like arcane signets or soul rings or even like powerful things like what, mana vaults or stuff. Yeah. Hey Quizzer, yes, I am onto a new project. Also, good evening for you. It's nice to see you. Happy Tuesday. Let me show you how the other project turned out. So yeah, Quizzer, here is the final render for that previous project. Super happy with how it came out. And then I will put it up side by side with the reference. There you go. Thank you, Quizzer. I really appreciate it. And thank you for always hanging out and just chilling in chat. That means a lot to me. So. But yeah, it came out super awesome. Oh, thank you. I don't think so. I mean, I think there are some elements that are really cool. But, of course, I look at this and I'm like, man, I wish it could be better in these ways. But no, thank you. Oh, Quizzer, stop. Thank you. But no, dude, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And yeah, now we're on to our next card, or our next art, which is this one right here. So I think my plan right now is to work on the shield. And then I'll probably work on this character in the background. And yeah, thankfully, you know, I don't have to make the whole character. I can just make like a single arm, the spear, the head, just the shoulder and neck part, so. Alright, we're gonna take these, we are going to detach, we're going to separate. Alright, we'll give these their own name. Shield piece. You were talking about your exams, Quizzer. When's your first exam coming up? Left. Center left. We'll copy that name. We'll apply it to the right. Let's go ahead and move this into this group. Let's also delete some history. Alt-Shift-Delete. I should remember that. Alright, and now we've got our big piece. Let's get this upper portion right here. Okay, we've got symmetry. Let's do multi-cut. Kind of comes down, doesn't it? It does. Actually, let's go from over here. So we're going to do this down here. Something like this. Up here. Go down to here. Come up with a little bit of a curve. this. Oh, I didn't add one here though. Oh, no, I'm just tripping. On this right here. Let's do edit mesh, detach. Whoops. Now we can detach. Here we go. How do I like that? I think this looks pretty alright. Okay. Mesh. Separate. Let's see, your first exam, Foundations course, where English literature, personality development, and communication skills. Meanwhile, you strongly needed communication skills. Oh, okay. So wait, did you have your first exam already, or is it coming up? Mesh, separate. Alright, shield, piece, top. Alright, it's coming up. Good luck, dude, but you got it. I believe in you. Foundation source. Alright, now we just have the big piece to take care of. Nina. Bro, I feel gosh, like I feel so bad with Nina because I know she wants my attention super bad, but it's also like, I mean, I'm doing all this 3D for fun, right? But I also need to like make sure I stay like I keep my skills up to date and I'm always learning, or else I'm not going to be able to find a job. And I'm trying to find a job in 3D. But I know she just hates whenever I'm like on my computer. And then it's like, oh, it kind of kills me. I'm sorry, Nina. But this is so Papa can give you a better future. Her name is Nina, Quizzer. Austin, do you have a favorite room in Magic? Dude, I really like the White Room. What is it? Porcelain Gallery? Or like Doll Maker Shop? Like that one's really sick. Thank you, Quizzer. We went back and forth, Maxine and I did. Initially, I was playing a lot of a video game called Expedition 33, and so I tried to throw out a lot of names from that game. Maxine wasn't vibing with very many of them. But then she came up with the name Nina, because she just liked how it sounded. So we went with that. Windows Mesh. Edit Mesh. Detach. Okay, all this extra stuff. Do we want to keep this maybe? We'll keep this. Separate. Shield piece center. Centerpiece. That's fine. Shield in between. Edit, delete by type history. Okay. Alright. So we've got all of our individual shield pieces right here. Except for this, we don't need this in here. Actually, you know what? Let's get this. We'll bring this back. Face. Edit mesh. Detach. Mesh. Separate. You are the shield piece top. Combine these. Merge vertices. Okay. And then you are the shield in between pieces. Shield in between. Okay, there we go. Nice. Alright, now that we have that, right on, Quizzer. See you in a bit. Oh, dude, Unholy Annex, that one is so good. MtG Duskmorn Rooms. Yeah, Dollmaker Shop and Porcelain Gallery. I love this card. What did you turn Adeline into? Because if you still have like a tokens heavy deck, I would highly recommend this card for it. Funeral Room is also sweet. And Awakening Hall. That's right, Adeline went into Genku. Okay. Maybe it doesn't fit as well as it would in Adeline, but still, really good card here. Funeral Room is really cool. Just like a Bastion of Remembrance. Or like a Zulaport Cutthroat effect on a room. Dude, Polluted Cistern, like this card is nasty in my Myco Tyrant deck. Whenever one or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, each opponent loses 1 life for each card type among those cards. And like, if you have a self-mill deck, this one's great. Especially if you have like a lot of small instances of self-mill. Yeah, dude, rooms are sweet. I freaking love them. Modify center pivot. Dude, nice. It's good. Polluted Cistern is so good. You know, Austin, I was thinking, wouldn't it be cool if this were kind of like animated? Like, hold on, like, we'll just do that. We'll do that. Oh, maybe not that extreme, but like, move here. Move here. Another 50 frames. Move, oh, yeah, move here. I don't know. It's like each of these projects I want to do something different to really like kind of test my skills. So I'm kind of thinking of like what I want to do. Okay. Let's do real time. Okay, I think I know what I want to do. What do I want? Actually, what do I want to do? Hold on. I think we start relying on quad draws now. Okay. So what I'm doing here is something called quad draw. What you can do is you can take a surface, or like you can take an object. So like this top piece, for example, right here. Like as you can see, the topology or the faces don't really flow super well with what I'm trying to achieve. Like you don't have this, like the faces that flow in a way that go along with this bar. And that's what I'm trying to get. Like I don't have that flow along here. So what can I do about that? I can do something called quad draw. So I select a specific piece, I turn it into a live surface using this magnet icon right here. From there, I can use the quad draw tool, which draws new vertexes on that live surface and on that live surface only. And with that, once I draw 4 vertexes, I can then combine them to create a new face, or like a new polygon. And then I can just keep doing that as much as I want. Until I get the general shape that I'm looking for. There you go. And then I can move things around, like I'll move this specific vertex over, I'll move this one over, and just kind of like get things shaped how I want them to be. I can insert new edge loops wherever I need to. I can also like hold shift and it kind of like smooths it and evenly distributes the faces, but I mean, it works better once you have like more faces. Otherwise, it gets kind of messy. I think this seems good for now. Actually, let's make it more smooth because we can. I like that. So we can turn off quad draw and now we have a new piece. Let's make another one. Leave that. Sorry, Austin. Do you have a lot of cats around your place? Okay. So we're gonna get this looking pretty decent. Alright, that looks good enough for me for now. Alright, so let's see. We have these two pieces here. I think we're just gonna kind of try to do something similar for all of this. So we'll go ahead and turn this live and quad draw over it. Your neighbor has got two cats last year, and they're basically your cats too. They spend 90% of the time roaming around outside your house, hanging out with you, eating bugs. They're awesome. They're so protective of your family too. You love them. That's really awesome. Actually, I think you mentioned something like that before. What are their names? Maisie and Trin. Oh, okay, they're siblings too. That's cool. We've kind of been thinking about getting a second cat for Nina. That's what I want. Okay, seems good. Oops. I need to turn that off. Alright. Also, by the way, Austin, just in case, I'm going to be hopping off for a little bit longer of a break today for about an hour at 12:45. So I'll be back at like at 11:45, and then hopping back on around 12:45. I gotta run a few errands while I'm out, so. Okay, so we got that. And then honestly, we don't really need this part. I mean, we can delete it though. Oh my god, Nina, please. We need an edge loop here. Okay. We can bring this in like this. We can bring this in like this. Okay, that's cool. That one's good. That one's good. This one's... We don't need all this extra stuff. That can stay like that. Draw. Oops. Just gonna add some faces along the edge of this shield part. Add some edge loops. That seems fine. Now we can go to this one. Delete that stuff. And then bring these vertices back so that it's more in line with the rest of the shield. We can delete this one. Move these back. Actually, you know what? We can delete this one. There we go. I like that. Okay. How do I want to do this? You know, let's just assume this whole thing has a border. And so what do I want to do about that? What if I deleted this and then scooted it in? No. We're gonna try some. We're gonna duplicate this. We're gonna extrude. No. Inward. That's gonna create some really messed up geometry, but I don't necessarily care about that right now. We're just gonna quadra. I shouldn't overcomplicate it. Make this go live. Quad draw. That part will get cut off, so it's not like it really matters what that looks like. I think that's okay for now. good. Have, how do I want to do this? We'll have a piece that goes down like this. Like this. That seems fine. Like right here. Have this piece go like right here. We have a centerpiece right here. Yeah, we'll keep it simple for now. Okay. Let's clean these pieces up some. Quad draw. Actually, I don't even need this. Here. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, okay. Okay, that's fine. this. Alright, seems good, good. We can delete this piece, mirror. Good. Okay, those are fine. Okay, sweet. Alright, looking good so far. File. Save scene. Oh, I should have saved a long time ago. Lorehold Charm model. Alright, Austin, I'm heading on for my break. I'll be back in roughly an hour or so. Oh, Tommy, no! Wee woo. I've got to head on to an early break, and I've got some chores I need to run while I'm on it, so I won't be back for like an hour. Oh, Tommy. Thanks, man. It was good to see you. I hope you have a good day. Hopefully I'll see you in a little bit, or like, see you later, but if not, you know, I appreciate you as always. But yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Alright, hello everyone, I am back. Welcome. Okay. Hey, bro. How you doing? Ooh, Jimmy. Did you end up seeing the final render? Wait. No, I guess you haven't. I finished my project from yesterday. Let me show you. Alright, so first I'm going to show you the reference, okay? So this is the reference. And now here is my version. Yes. I finally finished it after many weeks of work. And I think it turned out so cool. This was so much fun to do. A lot of things that, I mean, of course, I feel like I look at it and see like, man, I wish I could have done this differently. But ultimately, I'm very happy with how it turned out. Aw, thank you, Jimmy. I appreciate it. But yeah, overall, I think it's super sick. And now, what we're working on, or what I've moved on to, is a card called Lorehold Charm. Basically, this is what I'm trying to make now. And I think I might play around with like different things for this. Like each project I want to try to like do something a little different just to expand my skills. So I might even animate this one a little bit. So where it looks like I don't know, the shield pieces are like floating or something. I don't know. I'm gonna play around with it, but there are definitely some things I want to do. But alright, right now we are working on getting our shield together. We started off with like a base like this, and now we're further refining it. So let's we're gonna quad draw. Let's we'll start up here. We're just gonna build individual shapes. Let's do this one, sure. I have a long boy right here. Ooh. Actually, you know what? For the sake of keeping these straight, let's do that first, and then we'll go ahead and add some edge loops. Okay, I think that looks good. Give this a Lambert. This is going to be shield piece texture. And make this transparent. Actually, this one doesn't. I need this one to be more transparent. Something like that. All right. So I have that piece. Let's do this one next. Make this a live surface. Go to quad draw. Jimmy, you have a good weekend? Good enough for now. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. We're gonna extrude. Mesh detach. Mesh separate. No. Yeah, mesh separate. Looks good. Let's delete our history. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna go back to this, make it live, quad draw yet again, and turn on Symmetry World X. Move you up here. Get rid of you. Good. 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 I can just delete that vertex later. Okay, that seems good. And now we'll start doing this. I think that's fine. Got this shape. Alright. Get the shape. Actually, we're just going to take this. Bevel this. Okay, that's good for now. Alright, cool. Alright, what else do we need? We need these pieces right here. Okay. We'll make this live again. Quadra. Actually, what's this look like? Let's mirror. Get it on the other side. Cool. Alright. Okay. So let's see, I think with this we have all of our major shield pieces. Now what do we want to do? I think let's extrude these and then just kind of start putting them in their proper places. So these are going to be all of our relevant shield pieces. Let's see, we're gonna extrude. Select all the faces, okay. Just extrude them all. Give them a little bit of depth. Something like that. I think that's good. And then we'll go to ones like this. Bring them in. I don't like that this has 5 faces right here. 5 edges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not good. That's called an n-gon, and it messes things up a whole bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I have one right here, which I didn't realize. So you want to make sure, at the very least, all your faces have 4 sides. That's the base to shoot for. 3 is okay, especially if you're doing gaming, because game engines usually turn faces into triangles anyways. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a target weld tool and combine these. Perfect. There we go. And then as for down here, I think we can just add another edge loop and then connect them. And because I have symmetry, it's also doing that on the other side. There we go. Good for now. We have the depth that we were looking for, like this. So let's kind of keep doing that with other pieces, like here. Okay. Start doing that here. It looks like these go in. This is going in a little bit. Maybe not as much as this. This one can go deeper. This can also go in some. Let's bring this face out more. We'll extrude for that. Okay. This has a little bit of a bend to it, so let's move that like that. I feel like this could be wider. Okay, nice. Actually, this goes more over here. Maybe we'll rotate this some. We'll bring this face down. Alright, I like that. This will go in here. Let's make this go all the way down, just to make it easy. Well, actually no, because if we see this other side, this goes in, and then we can see some of this, so we're not going to do that. So what do we want? Clearly see this. So I actually think this goes in here. And then this starts to go down. Like that. And to make it interesting, we'll have it go down like this. Alright, I like this overall shape. There's gonna have to be a little bit of, gosh, what do you call it? Interpretation. There you go. But I think it looks really close. Okay, so I like this. Yeah, there we go. Creative freedom. Thanks, Poppy. That's exactly what I was looking for. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Okay, I like this. That all looks good. Let's take this. We'll bevel them. I don't really mess around with bevel segments too much, so let's see. So I know, of course, segments. I know fraction. What does depth do for us? Here, what does chamfer do for us? Oh, chamfer keeps it from smoothing, maybe? It does. Interesting. That's cool. That's good right there. Actually, hold on. Same thing. Let's instead. Sure. Merge vertices. Target well. Alright, I like that. Let's add a little bit of curve here. Slide right. Okay, nice. Let's do. I want to do. We're just gonna go around and kind of like give like a subtle smooth curve to the like around the shield. So that's what we're excuse me. That's what we're working on right now.
Sure.
Select these and then maybe give them a bevel too. That seems fine. We're gonna go and select these edges, spread them out more evenly. Take this one. Alright, I'm good with this for now. Well, maybe a little more tweaking. Alright, cool. That's got a nice bit of roundness to it. Let's do the inside of here too. Alright, cool. That one's looking good. That one's looking very good. Let's check the depth. We'll go around and check anything that needs adjusted with these, with the interior. Alright, we've got a gap here, a small gap here, a gap here. Can maybe stand to move these over a little bit more. And the gap is more triangular, so maybe we get rid of this edge loop. Or just like move it around. There we go. That's fine. Okay, I like that. I've got this here, this here. Let's go to here. These, move them in. Here's what we're gonna do. Hold on. Yeah, it's fine. We're gonna rotate this in. Maybe not as much. Okay. And we'll select these, rotate this out. Okay, that seems good for that for now. Okay, so we've got this. That's fine and can be addressed later. This. Okay, over here. What do we want? This goes into it. We want to get rid of this edge loop. We'll select this face. Bring it inside. I can do components, set components, and then rotate this face inward like this. Yeah. Alright, I think that's good for now. This face can go in. These actually kind of look like they're subtly joined. So let's start bridging these. Alright. I like that. But then I think what we'll do here is we're gonna bring all this in. This one too. And we're gonna give this one the, like, we're gonna bring this out. That. I want this space to be more shallow and more triangular. Actually, hold on. No. Let's smooth some things out. I really like that there's a piece that just kind of comes up like this, right here. Hey, you're back, dude. Welcome. Good to see you again, Austin. How was your lunch break? Actually, you know what? What we can do here is we're going to take this edge. We're going to bevel it. What can I do with this? We're going to create just a random edge. That's fine. We're going to create an edge loop here. We're going to delete this stuff. And now we're going to edge loop, or we're going to bring this edge loop down here. It'll probably look messy, but I can clean it up later. The thing that I care about is just that we have a decent looking like little up curve right here. And honestly, the back faces don't matter that much to me. You had your weekly frozen pizza. Nice, dude. You got to eat with Shelby and hang out for a while, though before she had to get back to work. Trying to find additional work while you watch, counting down to when your kids get home. Then Commander tonight. Very busy day, but a very fun day, it sounds like. That's nice that you guys had time to have some dinner. Or not dinner, have some lunch. Very good. If I move along, do I just stay along that surface? I do. Okay, I like that. So this goes down. And basically, okay. The overall shape of that. Yeah, that's fine enough. That looks good. But this needs to go back down, of course. Of course. Alright, who do you think you'll play tonight, Austin? Any decks you've been wanting to try out? Let's see. I think maybe component. We'll lower this down. Move it back some. these faces are gonna go into here, it looks like. Let's see, does green have some card draw staples? Oh, dude, green has so many card draw staples, man. If you don't draw into any of your draw and mill, your fellow Thar deck just kind of dies to removal and board wipes. Though you have answers for that, you need to get them. Let's see. If we're talking staples, Sylvan Library, huge one. Green has a ton of like draw cards equal to this creature's power or toughness. There's like 7 or 8 of those. They're usually kind of expensive, like between 5 to 7 mana, but those are like mass card draw spells. But yeah, so those Sylvan Library. I mean, if you want more efficient things, because you're in Abzan, you could also rely on black for like just quick draw a couple card spells like Sign in Blood and Night's Whisper. Let's see. Depending on how many creatures you have and how like low your curve is, or if you find yourself casting multiple creatures a turn, you have stuff that like whenever a creature enters the battlefield, draw a card. It's like Guardian Project, the Great Henge, that one's expensive, so if you want to proxy that, or Beast Whisperer. So yeah, so kind of a few options. Really depends on what you want to go. So there's like Power Matters draw, creatures entering draw, and generic draw with like Sylvan Library. Now let me see what Fellow Thar, Dawn of the Absent. No, not this one. Which Fellow did you say? Which Fellow Thar do you have? Steadfast or Dawn? Alright, you have Dawn. Let's see what Dawn can do. Whenever Fellow Thar enters or attacks, you may sacrifice a non-land permanent. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Gosh, this is such an open-ended commander. It feels like there's so many things you can do with it. And it seems very easy to overreach. Well, if you're like sacrificing creatures, you can throw in stuff like Morbid Opportunist. I'm sure you could capitalize on card draw based off of counters. Whenever counter draw card. I guess the thing about her is that like you can sacrifice anything, including artifacts. Yeah, I don't think she seems like a graveyard deck. I think the +1/+1 counters is the way to go. Like, it's nice that you have like a sack thing on demand, but I think her power is more from the counters. Because it's like, I don't know, it seems like it's easier and it feels like it takes less cards to synergize with counters than it does to like try to bring things back from the graveyard. I mean, gosh, maybe you like... Maybe you... Do you know Felisa, Fang of Silverquill? Fetid Gargantua. Adapt to. Whenever one or more counters are put on Fetid Gargantua... Yeah, that's sweet. Okay. Felisa, Fang of Silverquill. I think Fetid Gargantua looks super rad. Okay. Was I at? Oh yeah, kind of creating some thickness. Let's take these vertices, bring them in right here. I think we want to. We'll take these faces, move them in, give this thing that thickness. Okay, where are we at now with this? Let's bring this out a bit. This too. Alright, got it. Let me see if anything clicks during the day. You only mod your decks at like 12 a.m. like a true god, but it often leads to weird decisions that don't make sense later. I totally feel that, dude. So, previous Strixhaven Orzhov deck was kind of was like about counters in some way. I think especially the face commander could give you a good direction to start heading towards. And then you just kind of like add green to it. So Felisa, Fang of Silverquill. Flying Mentor. Whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature with lesser power. However, this is the key part. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, if it had counters on it, create X tapped 2/1 white and black Inkling creature tokens with flying, where X is the number of counters it had on it. So I think this is the kind of thing you might want to do, or like pivot Fellothar to. Like getting rewarded for things dying that have counters. So like stuff like that. Genova, Ancient Calamity. Things like Genova. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to Genova's power on up to one other target creature. That creature becomes a mutant. Whenever a mutant you control dies during your turn, you draw cards equal to its power. So she can put counters on a creature. That creature becomes a mutant. And then because it has extra counters on it, right? You draw cards. So things like that. there's another card that's green and black. Cleopatra. Cleopatra MtG. A very similar thing. Well, I mean, you'll probably have a lot of legendaries, so this could even be good now. At the beginning of your end step, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 other target legendary creatures. Whenever a legendary creature with counters on it dies, draw a card for each kind of counter on it. You lose 2 life. So yeah, I think if you pivot to things like that, then that could be good. Whenever counter dies, draw a card. I mean, this guy could be like a nice little efficient creature draw spell. I mean, maybe not. Actually, no, this guy's probably better for tokens. I like these ones because you get like mass draw out of them, and that's really what you want. Oh. Whenever creature countered die, draw a card. Yeah, and then also cards with whenever put counter on creature. Okay, that one's low. Etheric Amplifier. Etheric Amplifier. Oh, yeah. Double the number, especially if you double the number of each kind of counter you have. That's nasty, dude. That's awesome. But yeah, I would look at decks like Felisa, like Genova, maybe even like Cleopatra. Like, go through deck lists like those that will have like a lot of synergies with what you're trying to do, and then pick pieces from those and be like, I think this is good. Whenever Tawashi Guidebot enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Draw a card. I think you can do better. Like, this is a great budget card, but I think you can find something that is more efficient. Because, like, 4 mana just to draw 1 card a turn is a lot. It's like, and it doesn't even have haste. So it's like, there's a lot of steps to get 1 draw card, or like to draw 1 card with this card. So it's like 4 mana, and you have to have at least 3 other counters on creatures by the time it comes in, and you have to wait a whole turn cycle just to draw 1 card. So it's like, I think for 4 mana, you could drop like Felisa or Genova or Cleopatra or something like that. Gosh, there is a card that I'm thinking of. Whenever you put a counter on a creature you control, Never. I'm never gonna find it this way. The Naya backup deck had some cool counter synergies too, so you could look at that pre-con. March of the Machine backup pre-con. I think it's just called call for backup. Yeah, and I'm sure you've seen these, but then you'll want payoffs like this dude, like each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter has lifelink, flying. This dude, whenever a non-token creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies. Actually, no, I don't like that one. This one's not bad. Whenever Armorcraft Judge enters the battlefield, draw a card for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. But wait, there was one specifically. This is great removal. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on this creature, exile up to one other target non-land permanent until this creature leaves. Like, that's sweet. Additional counters. Hamza is super rad if you don't have it in the deck already. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Creature spells you cast cost 1 colorless less for each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Man, there is a white creature that like rewarded you for putting +1/+1 counters on it. Dusk Legion Loyalist? A Duelist, there we go. I can't believe I remembered that. This one's a maybe. Like, if you could find a way to put counters on it during other players' turns, potentially, whenever one or more counters are put on this creature, draw a card. Triggers once each turn. Yeah, it's a vampire. But yeah, see, like, to me, Austin, like, those cards are great, but they, like, those are all just, like, great cards, right? But that doesn't seem like a fellow Thar deck to me. Which is not a bad thing, but I think it's like... I think you could lean a lot harder into the synergies. We'll bring this out some. And then maybe at that point the deck will have like that feeling that you're going for. That seems good. Let's take these faces in here and bring them in. We'll turn off symmetry for this. Okay, I like this. I like this. We'll bring this out some more, I think. Let's maybe bring these edges in some more. Let's check out these. Flesh Taker, MtG. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, you gain 1 life and scry 1. Gosh, I kind of feel the same about Flesh Taker and the other one. Like, Flesh Taker seems good. It seems like a good budget inclusion, but like not one that really does much for you or the deck. Like, hold on. Like, Servanda. Like, I feel like if you wanted Flesh Taker, Servandum, like, does a similar thing, but probably just better. Where it's like Vigilance, Menace, 2/2. Whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a +1/+1 counter on it. And you gain 1 life. And then when he dies or is put into exile, while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. See, to me, like, the thing with a card like Flesh Taker is it's like, I would want that in a deck where I can more reliably sacrifice multiple things a turn. Versus, like, you're guaranteed to sacrifice at least 1 thing a turn, right? But I think you could find, right, not enough value. You could find a much more efficient card. Like, hold on. Alright, I'm just using Baba Lysaga as an example. But if you had something like Baba Lysaga as your commander, then each time you use her, you're sacrificing 3 things, and then Flesh Taker would trigger 3 times. Like, I think that's the type of deck you would want Flesh Taker in. And then let's see, what was the other one you mentioned? Yathan Tomb Guard. Whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, you draw 1 card and lose 1 life. I like this, yeah. Because it definitely has the potential to get you multiple cards a turn. Yeah, I think things like that are what you want to look for. Okay. Whew. Okay, let's see. Where were we at with this? I like this. Okay, I think the overall shape of the shield looks good. Now we're gonna try something interesting. Let's increment and save. Let's try to combine all this. Combine. Right, let's see one thing. What happens if I were to do this? Okay, some things aren't perfectly symmetrical, so let's to fix that, let's go ahead and take half of it. We'll mirror. I don't think so, Austin. I don't think you're getting enough creatures. I think Felithar is like... It feels like she wants... What does Felithar want? I feel like she wants key creatures. I feel like you should load the deck up with like cards that when they die create tokens or counters and synergies with that. That way you can like sacrifice a creature, it dies, you create a token. That token gets gets counters plus other creatures do. And the next turn, maybe you sacrifice that token, it dies, you get more counters on your other creatures, and then you get some sort of reward off of that. Or things like that. Yeah, I think that's definitely like a good way to go. Tyem is potentially really sweet recursion if you want. Do you know this card? Tyem Luminous Enigma from one of the Ikoria commander decks. Okay. Yeah, really cool card. Okay, what was I trying to do? Okay. Oops. Oop. Oh, I didn't have this. Okay. Okay, I think for this stream, I'll probably call it at like 2:30 today. Dude, I've gotten singles for my decks, but I haven't updated them in so long. I really just need to sit down for like a few hours and make some adjustments. Like I've gotten Lorwyn stuff, no secrets of Strixhaven, but Lorwyn and TMNT that I need to update my cards with, or update my decks with. Okay, that looks good. You know what? Let's mess around with the lattice. We're gonna do World X. Maybe if I did this. I don't really know lattices, so what does this do for me? How do I add something to a lattice? Over here, I guess? Oh, okay, interesting. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Alright, we're gonna use the lattice to bring this back a bit. We're like lock there. Lock right there. It's looking like a shield. Alright. You know what? That's simple enough that I'm good with that. What if I delete this? Oh, okay. Wait, but then what if I do this? Must remove tweaks before resizing. I'm not trying to resize anything. Can I not like do this and then change? Interesting. If I do this? Okay. Wait, we're kind of getting somewhere. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on, let me think. Oh shoot, that reminds me, Bobby. I am so sorry. I have not I've been so busy. I just have not gotten around to uploading that onto Facebook. Dude, the render came out so sick. It did take a while. It was like 4 hours. But here's my reference. Here's my render. Dude, came out beautiful, dude. Thank you so much for the help. It did actually take a while for like the 0 to pop to like start moving forward. After like 2.5 hours, it was like 4%. Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, of course, I look at this and I'm like, here's 10 things I wish I had done differently. But even besides that, I'm super happy with how it turned out. I'm very pleased with it. Yeah, I think it's sick. And once again, thank you so much for all the help, Bobby. Like, you were awesome. Just giving me a bunch of suggestions and tips and stuff. Man, so cool. That one's going in the portfolio. Let's do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna bend this back to get kind of like a nice, harsh V shape. A little bit. Okay, and then I think, what, do I just edit, delete by type history? Yep. Alright, so we got a bit of a V shape. And now, let's combine all of this. Edit, delete by type history. We're gonna add another lattice. More subdivisions this way. It doesn't have to be that much. It can be 20. 20 should be fine. We'll select the lattice point. We'll do this. Let's add a soft selection to it. Yes, dude, yes. Maybe too much. Great. Actually, let's add 21. So we get one right in the center. Sure. I think I like that. I think I like that a lot. Now that is a pretty good looking shield shape. We're just gonna harden these for a little bit. There we go. can go, ooh, this one. Let's see. Now we can go through and make adjustments to certain pieces, like this. Up here, this needs more curved. So I think what we want, let's do... mesh, separate, but then certain ones we can combine back like that, combine, sure, those are good for now. X. Okay, so this just goes in here. This also goes in here. What's a lattice look like on this thing, just as is? Huh. Okay. I don't want to do this part. You know, it's probably just easiest if I do this. We're just going to take these, delete it. We're going to take this, move it forward. Actually, we're going back some. Before I did the lattice. Okay. Now I think it'd be easiest for me to just delete these. Take this, bring it out. And then we got that harsh angle that I want. Then we can take this, move this back. Move these back. Can maybe move this one back a bit. There we go. I feel like there's something else like that. Is there not? I guess there isn't. Yeah, I think that's good. Now we can do the lattice. It does not, Austin, unfortunately. Would be cool if it did, though. I think it would have to say something like copy a creature if it had any counters, put an equal number of counters on it. An equal number of the same kind of counters on it, or something like that. Copy creature counters. That actually makes me wonder if they're copy creature for each counter. I don't know if there are any cards that copy counters on another creature. Deform lattice. Lattice point. This is different than before. Why? Hold up. Tweak by type history. Okay. Deform lattice. And delete by type history. Let's do another lattice. Select lattice points. This is deforming different than how it did last time, and I don't know why. But you know what? That's fine. I bet instead what I should try to do is... let's do the big lattice deformation first. Yeah. The bend deformer would definitely get me there. I'm just kind of curious to know why it's different. I don't know. But yeah. Good suggestion, Bobby. Thank you. Let's do bend instead. Where are we at? Where's our bend deformer? Nope. Oops. No, I think we want it like this. Nope. Like this. Like this. There we go. Okay. Actually, that's a pretty good bend. Oh, before I bend. I forgot. I actually want to make some changes to these. I want to add just a little bit more roundness into them. I'm good with that. Okay. You know what? Sure. Just to help with the bend a little bit. Okay. Deform, bend. We wanted like 25 seemed good. Okay. I like that. Edit, delete by type history. Well, actually, Bobby, from here, do you think there would be a better way in the long run to approach this? Where it's like, should I go ahead and like bevel and smooth all the edges and stuff first, and then bend it? Or should I... So yeah, should I try to... Hold on, let me think of how I want to say this. Should I bevel, smooth, and add more detail to the models first, and then bend and deform? Or bend and deform first, and then add more detail? Do you think it would matter very much? And Austin, you swapped out 6 cards, but they're cheaper, draw you cards, ramp, and buff anything you've got on the board. You kept a decent mill package because you secretly like having a backup plan for when Fellow Thar is just offline, which can definitely happen, and the deck can function really well with just a couple of pieces out. You'll try it tonight. Nice. I'm not sure yet, Austin. I may or may not be, but we'll see. Maybe before I do a bend, I can, like, duplicate it. You need me, huh? Shield. Okay, now this one will have the bend. I'll see what I can do, Austin. And now, let's add our lattice deformer. We'll get it to 3 right here. We'll select the lattice point, and now we can get that harsh, like, that harsh center angle. Yes, dude, yes. Okay. I think I'm pretty content with where the shield is at right now, at least the basic version of it. Shield bend. Look at that, it's coming together. Very cool. Well, increment and save. Alright. Everyone, that's going to be it for me for today. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out again. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I've got something I gotta do, but I will be back on Thursday, and we'll continue our Lorehold Charm. So Lorehold Charm Part 2. And then Austin, I'll definitely try to make it out tonight if I can. Maybe see you in a couple hours. But at the very least, I can probably work on updating my decks right now, just in case. But no, definitely got to go spend some time with Nina. But yeah, thank you guys so much, as always, and I will talk to you later. Have a great rest of your day. Yeah. You too, Austin. Bye.